Okay, so there were no thumbs up, so we shall begin. Morning again, my name is Refilwe Kakani and I will be your instructor for today for the first session, and then Tajuddin will take over after that. And today our helpers are Amy and Anne. Right, so yesterday we had started with Open Refine. We had started with, was everything okay? Okay, so yesterday we had done the introduction. We had also worked with importing data to Open Refine, and we ended with exploring data in with Open Refine. So we are going to move on to transforming data with Open Refine. Does anybody want me to do a quick or to quickly go over what we did yesterday before we start? Thumbs up, unmute yourself, and let me know. Okay, I do not see anything in the chat. And just to confirm, everybody can see my screen. It's showing Open Refine with the data portal rodents loaded.
Yes, we can see.
Awesome, thank you very much. So nobody wants me to go over what we did yesterday, so we shall just move on to transforming data. Anne and Amy, please just check the chat for me. I'm unable to see it as I'm sharing my screen. If there's anything in the chat, please just let me know.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Thank you. So what we are going to start with today is transforming data. So the objectives of transforming data or of the session is we are going to learn about clustering and how it is applied to group and edit typos. The next thing we're going to do is split values from one column into multiple columns, and then we are going to manipulate data using previous cleaning steps with undo and redo. And we did do a little bit of the undo and redo yesterday. And then we are going to move on to removing leading and trailing white spaces from cells. We did touch on that yesterday, but we did that individually. We did it for one cell, right? So today I'm going to show you how we can do it for more than one cell at a time. Right, so we are going to start with data splitting. Before we start, can I please get a thumbs up or unmute yourselves to let me know if you still have your scientific name text facet on your left panel. If you have any other facets on the panel, please clear them and just have the scientific name facet there. So if you forgot how to do that, unmute yourself, let me know so we can do it together. Nothing in the chat, everybody okay? All right, so we are going to start with data splitting. So sometimes when you're working with a lot of data, so in this case, we have scientific name. So the scientific name is inserted as genus and species. Sometimes you want to split that into two columns, or you can keep it just as scientific name, which is just one column. So in this example, we're going to split scientific name into two columns. So what we're going to do going to go to scientific name. We are going to choose edit column, and we're going to split it into several columns, right? When we split it into several columns, we are going to get this pop-up screen, and it allows us to separate it using a separator. Some things are separated by a comma, such as your CSV files, or a tab, such as your TSV files. So in this case, we can see that the scientific name is separated by a space. So what I did is just hit backspace to remove that, and then clicked on space. One thing we want to do when we're doing this is keep the original column, which in this case is scientific name. So we're going to unclick the remove this column. We are going to leave the guess cell type because we want OpenRefine to guess the format that the new columns are going to be in, right? So we click that. What do we get? We get scientific name 1, scientific name 2, scientific name 3, and scientific name 4. OMG, we even have 5 and 6. Okay. So can somebody please let me know why you think, I mean, even though we only have 2 names in scientific name, in the column scientific name, why do we have so many other columns? Please unmute yourself or let me know in the chat. You can also write it in the Etherpad.
Me, I only have scientific name 1 and 2 only.
1 and 2 only? Could it be because yesterday you cleaned your trailing and leading white spaces?
Yeah, I did them now before we started.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to need you to undo.
Okay.
So that, you know, this exercise actually runs properly. We are going to clean the white spaces later. Very eager attendee. I love that. So anybody else who cleaned their white spaces before?
Yeah, now I have 6.
Yes, I have 6 too. Does anybody have only up to 4 or more than 6? Anybody have
up to 4?
You have 4.
Yes.
Anybody have more than 6? Okay, nobody has more than 6. So the interesting thing is, I feel like, so I've run this a couple of times okay, I've cleaned that. I've run this a couple of times. So the first time I did it, I also got 4. Now I have 6. So I have probably introduced more spaces into my scientific name column. And that is why we have 6 new columns. So as we can see, the other columns are empty. That means there were actually spaces after the species name. So there were spaces there, and I think if we go to, so in some of you guys' view, you will see that it starts with the spaces, with the empty columns, and then the rest has the genus and the species name, right? So now that we've seen that, so as we've heard, we are able to clean these spaces. And in the OpenRefine version that we have now, which mine is higher than 3.4, does anybody have OpenRefine version less than 3.4? 3.4.1? Unmute yourself. Thumbs up. Okay, I guess everybody has the updated version. So in the updated version, I'm just going to show you something. I'm just going to reload the data and show you that in the updated version, which is something you couldn't do before, you are able to trim the leading and trailing white spaces from strings before you even create the project. For the person who had cleaned the white spaces, is this what you did before we started? Hello? Okay.
No, I cleaned my data there by the facet, and then I just went pieces and then just deleted extra spaces that I saw.
Oh, okay. So you used a facet. Okay. So this is another way that we can do it. When you're loading the data, you can actually trim the leading and trailing white spaces before you create the project. Right. So I just want to reinstate the text facet. Right. I'm just going to leave that one there. Going to continue with the other one. And then, so now what I want us to do, do not remove your new columns, right? I know I don't have them here, but don't remove yours. Let's still keep them there. So what I want us to do now is to split the coordinates column into two columns called latitude and longitude, right? So let's do that together. So we are going to edit column, split into several columns, and the separator here is not space. So this is the separator here. And then we unclick, remove this column, and we let it guess the cell type again. Right. So what we can see now is that the colors of coordinates 1 and coordinates 2, which are our two new columns, are different. Can somebody just let me know why those are different from the rest? Unmute yourself, write it in the chat, write it in the Etherpad.
It's a number.
Yes. So OpenRefine has guessed the format of coordinates 1 and coordinates 2, and it has assigned it number. Right. So now what I want us to do is to rename the new columns. So we said the first one will be latitude and the second one will be longitude. And to do that, we go there, rename column. So we have latitude. And then longitude. Right, can I please have a thumbs up when we have all done this? Or unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think I only have coordinate 1.
Pardon?
For some reason, it's not split this coordinate.
It didn't, so yours didn't split?
No.
Do you mind sharing your screen?
Not sure why.
Let's see your screen. Thank you, Tepo. Yes, they are numeric.
Yeah.
So you have coordinates 1, right? So please go to undo.
Okay.
On your left panel. Right. and then click on 26.
26. And apply. Yes?
Yes, yes. Why?
Okay, yeah.
I think what he
Right.
did here is to make a duplication of the coordinates.
Pardon, Letsatsi, I didn't hear you.
He did a duplicate.
Yes, yes. So so I want him to do it again. So yes, click on that, edit column, split into several columns. Right, so your separator, do you see the separator that we have there? So it's a horizontal line, vertical line. I don't know what that symbol is called. There, yes. So now unclick, remove this column. Right, let's go. Okay, can somebody please help me find out why he only has, and it's the same thing, because I don't see. Sorry, Peter?
Maybe we can remove the second one, the error column, which is coordinates 1, and then start again just with coordinates.
Yes, that's why we undid that, right? So 25.
Okay.
Right.
Apply.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's all. I don't understand. No, not first.
I think so. It looks like here the separator should be a hyphen, not the vertical line.
Is it?
Look, but in this, not
that. Try. The thing is, if it's now a hyphen, it's actually a negative sign, and it's going to remove the negative of the latitude.
Oh, I see what I see what's I see what's going on. So maybe I think sometimes that vertical line is there's actually different symbols.
Oh yes.
So when you type it with your keyboard, sometimes you get the wrong one.
Perhaps let me try this one. Oh, there.
There we go. Thank you very much. Teamwork makes the team win. Thank you very much. So, has everybody changed their new columns to latitude and longitude? Thumbs up, please. Unmute yourself and let me know. So the next step is actually the undo and redo actions. And we have just demonstrated that. So what I want us to do now, yes, still?
Sorry, there's somebody put it into the chat. They just wanted a reminder on how to rename the column headers. Thank you.
Oh, yes, and my screen is probably not shared. Awesome. So to rename the columns, we're going to click there. We're going to go to edit columns and then rename this column. And then you can just type latitude, and that would be for coordinates 1. And then for coordinates 2, again, edit column, rename this column, and then type longitude and click OK. Awesome. Is everybody now on the same page? No pun intended. Right. Okay. So the next step is to do the undo and redo actions. We have just seen an example of that. when we were trying to fix the splitting of coordinates for one of our colleagues. So does anybody still need an example of how to do that? No? There's something in the chat. Thanks, Jacob. So let's click on the undo and redo actions. All right. What we want to do is return the scientific name splitting to having it as one. So I removed mine. I can go back here, go to undo redo. That's the only thing I had done. And then my scientific name column is back to 1. So that's what I need you to do. Undo the scientific name splitting. Okay, so after undoing the scientific name splitting, is what we're going to do now is do the trimming of the leading and trailing white space. Yes,
sorry, if you were. So I haven't worked out how to just undo the scientific name splitting without also undoing the things that I did after that. Is there a way?
There should be. Let me do this. Right. And then I'm just going to do that.
I think the splitting here for scientific names, it will not work because the first two rows they are indented.
Yes, they have spaces. Yes.
Yeah, they have spaces. So I think first of all we have to solve that, then to be uniform, because you will only work on the uniform data.
Yes, definitely. So what we're going to do after this is trim the leading and trailing white spaces. So now I'm trying to show if we can undo something that you have done before doing something else, but you just want to undo the scientific name. So what I did is I also split locality just to see. So see, you've got locality here, then you have scientific name. It does not seem like it.
Okay.
Yes, does not seem like it. All right. So what I want us to do is go back to scientific name with 1 column. So that will undo everything, unfortunately. Yes. Yeah, still?
Hi, sorry, Rafile. Yeah, I was putting the
Yes.
clapping one instead of the lowering hand. Anyway, what I wanted to ask very quickly was, because I'm not sure if this is covered in any of the next steps, in the case of the coordinates and the locality, and this is something that may help me when I go troubleshoot my version on the side of OpenRefine. If for some reason somebody had the coordinates in the locality, right? So you had this address and then you had some coordinates there. So in terms of how messy the data can get, you've got coordinates that have been filled in 1 column, but in some of the rows, you've got the coordinates stuck in the locality. So if you've now based on what your screen looks like now, let's assume for row 2 at it's Winter Gardens or Delaware, right? So if next to Delaware in the locality before you split it, if you had like coordinates there and you needed to now take them into existing columns, is that possible to grab data from a column and then pop it into an existing one rather than creating new columns of the split data? Thank you.
I don't know where this is, but there you are. Where did I put it? Okay, so it is possible. So what you would do in this case is you would have to now split your locality, right? In this case, space is the separator between the name and the locality there. So you would, I mean, the name and the coordinates. So you would split this, all of it. So in this case, we only have one row that has that. So we would edit column, split into that, space. I think I used space. There. So now you have, okay, so it's a mess because we had already separated locality into different other columns. So as you can see, now you have locality 10 that has the coordinates. And then after that, you would then join locality 10. That's something we're going to do soon. You would join locality 10 with your coordinates, because chances are when you were splitting coordinates, you didn't have coordinates. Like, yeah, you don't have coordinates for row 2. So you would now then join locality 10, which was the new one that we made, with coordinates, and then you would call that new column again coordinates, or maybe coordinates 2, so that you have a new column now that has all the coordinates for all of your data.
Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. So I'm just gonna undo that. I don't need locality separated. I don't need scientific names separated. Great. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we are going to trim leading and trailing white spaces. So to do that is we are going to, let's go to white spaces. Let's go to scientific name. That's the column that I see that evidently has white spaces. So we go to that one, we edit cells, then we common transform. There we have the option to trim leading and trailing white spaces.
Mm.
There we go. So if you missed that part when you were actually importing the data into OpenRefine, you can do it here, right? So we can undo that and let's just do it again. Edit cells, common transforms, and that, right? So what we're gonna do now, after removing the leading and trailing white spaces, we are going to split scientific name again, right? Going to split scientific name again. So we edit columns, split into several columns. Separator is still that. We do not want to lose the original column. So we remove this column. Darse. So we have scientific name 1, scientific name 2, right? So I have shown you already how to rename the columns. So the next practice is to rename the new column, scientific name 1, scientific name 2, rename them to genus and species. There's a little trick there. If you, get to the trick, just raise your hand, thumbs up, or unmute yourself, and then we can chat about it. Or just put it in the Etherpad. So what we are doing is changing the names of the new columns, which is scientific name 1, scientific name 2. We're changing scientific name 1 to genus and scientific name 2 to species. Okay, we have a message. So Eddie says there's another column called species. So Eddie, how do you think we can fix this situation?
Hi everyone. I think we can maybe change the name, choose another name.
But we really we really want it to be species. We really want it to be species because the scientific name has genus and then species. So in this case, we really can't give it another name.
I think we
I
can
think
maybe
just,
name it species code.
Or give it a
Species.
capital S.
Species code.
Okay. Species code or capital S.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the two options that we have. Right. So we can definitely do that. But now, so think about this. If we say species code, which one is more appropriate to be species code, scientific name 2 or this one?
The one with the letters.
The one with the letters. So in this case, we can change species to species code or species abbreviation. So let's do that. So let's go with species code. You can change it to species abbreviation, totally up to you. And then we change this one to species. Awesome. Is everybody on the same page? Has everybody managed to change their column names to genus and species and then change species to species code or species abbreviation? Can I please have a thumbs up or unmute yourself and say yes or write in the chat? Anybody? Somebody?
Yeah, there were a lot of thumbs ups in the participants. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see the chat. So the next thing we're going to do now is combine columns to create new ones. So we had a question about if you had, what's that? If you had coordinates after your locality for some reason and you wanted to separate that. So I mentioned something about joining columns. So that's what we are going to do now. So example is we are going to combine 3 columns, year, month, day, into one column called date. Right. So are there any other, I don't know, maybe you guys have perused this data more than I have. Are there any other columns that you guys would like to join maybe? Maybe I can use those instead of this. Okay, I will just move on with this one. So we are going to join year, month, and day together to make a new column that we will call date. So we go to year, and then we're going to edit cells. So then we are, after editing cells, it's common transform. All right, so you can do it this way. You can do it that way, or you can do it manually, right? So you go so I'm going to undo that one. So to do it manually, you go to year, click on your drop down, edit column, and then join columns. So in this one, you can actually choose, as we had said, year, month, day. And then your separator can be that, or it can be that. Totally up to you, but I'll stick with that. So, important thing here is we are going to write the result into a new column, and we are going to call that column date. And then do not click on delete joint columns, because you might need those columns again, right? You might need those separate columns for a different type of analysis. So We go there. We have a column called date. So from the previous one that I had done, did you see a difference in how the new columns are? The first one that I did, which was an automatic one, and the, I would call the manual one. Are there any differences that you saw? Anybody?
So, okay.
Okay.
So the order that you clicked or on the month and the date, when you press OK, just to come at the, so you can also start with the date. It depends on
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So you can, let's do this. I think there's a message in the chat, Amy Ann.
Yes, Pamela's asking if you could kindly go through the automatic one. She missed it.
The automatic one. Okay. I will do that now. I just want to show, apologies. Just want to show the example of that one. So you can have it like that, right? And then still keep that, write new column, date. You can see now it has the year, the day, and the month. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. Right, so the other one was to do it this way. There we go. Can you see that we have, oh, I did not give it a new, sorry, did not give it a new, let's see, what do I do? There. So as you can see, what we did with the, so what happens with the automatic one, that was the question I asked at the beginning, we actually changed year to a format of date and not into a new column. So we didn't really join, right? So in this example, so it was, sorry, it was my mistake. So that is not necessarily the automatic way of doing it. That is a way of changing your format. So you would use that after doing this. My apologies, year, month, day, right? So after you have that, you would then transform it to date, right? Thumbs up. I'm sorry for the confusion. Pamela, does that clear up the confusion I caused? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Pamela, for actually asking me to do that, because, yeah, would have confused you. Right, so we have changed the format of date now, of the column date, to actually date format. Right, so then we are going to move on to data clustering. Right, so can anybody please just give me a hint or anything to say, why do you think we would use clustering, especially in this data set? Write it in the chat, write it in the Etherpad, unmute yourself. Anyone? Are there any answers?
Combine same species.
Yes, yes.
I mean, you could cluster your data to only have maybe single species, not different species of the same name, then something like that.
Pardon, please repeat it again. I'm so sorry.
Maybe you cluster your data to only have to remove duplicates in your data.
Yes, yes, you can definitely do that. So data clustering, it allows us to find groups of entries that are not identical, right? In this case, but they're sufficiently similar. So, I mean, you could say, because, you know, I've worked with species names, one of these names is spelled incorrectly. There's no way there are two different species with a similar name like that, right? So in a case like this, or let's say when you are writing the locality and then one of them has a capital letter, the other one doesn't, or you just misspelt the name, right, of the locality or of the scientific name in this case, right? So what we can do here is we can cluster it. We can cluster the scientific name, in this case, the scientific name, to have just one name that we think is the closest to the correct name, right? So unfortunately, in this case, I don't know which one is correct. If anybody knows which one is correct, please do let me know. I don't. So we have a spelling.
I think the one with a double I. The one
I
with
think,
a double I at the end.
Okay, we have one with a double I. Yes,
yeah.
the next one.
And
So
okay, maybe we should.
I'm sure. Sorry, I'm
yes,
so sorry.
I think we should.
I'm sure Peter's right, but perhaps a general way that you might check is to cluster by scientific name and see which one occurs most often and which one is only once or twice, and the one that only occurs once or twice is probably the spelling mistake.
Awesome. Yes, I think that if you really don't know what the spelling is, the one that if you have one that appears once or twice, that's probably the mistake, right? Thank you very much for that. Hoping that the person who inserted the data did not just make a mistake the whole way, and the 1 or 2 ones are the ones that are correct. So let's go with the fact that the ones that appear the least are probably the mistakes, right? So what I want us to do is, so I still have my facet for scientific name. If you have removed your text facet for scientific name, please reinstate your text facet for scientific name. All right. Is everybody there? Can you please mute yourself? Okay. So we were clustering, right? So what we are going to do is cluster the scientific names. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is, if you have removed your text facet, please reinstate your text facet. All right, so I have my text facet here. You can see the one with the U and a double I has 58 entries. The U1I has 1 entry, an IS, and a 1I at the end has 1 entry. Right, so what we are going to do there is we are going to click on the cluster button, and we have what we call the method and the keying function, right? So we can play around with these. So let's start with, so if we do key collision and keying function fingerprint, we get nothing. If we do n-gram fingerprint, we still get nothing. If we do metaphone, we get a clustering of 3 columns with the spelling of US and double I at the end, which has 58 rows, and then the one of each clustered together, right? Let's see what we get if we use that. We still get the same clustering. So let's play that. No clustering found. Can also use nearest neighbor. Nearest neighbor. The first one is similar to the one that we got, which is what I would do to make sure that the one with the highest entries is the one that determines the name, right? And then we have these other 2 also. So let's go back to key collision and use metaphone 3. So after we do that, I mean, unless you want to use a different clustering, please go ahead. But I think this clustering, especially after the input that we got, that the one that has the most entries should probably be the correct one. This works best for me. So after that, we merge. We can merge selected and close, or we can merge selected and recluster. So we are not going to recluster. We are going to merge selected and close. Oh, sorry, my bad. So we're going to click on the merge. Yes, we are agreeing that we are merging these 3 different names into one, right? Correcto. So now we have 60 entries of this spelling of the scientific name, right? Has everybody managed to do that? Does anybody want me to redo it? We have 2 minutes before our break. Yes, yes, sir.
So it makes the spelling to the one which has the highest number of entries. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's what it did. Was that clear enough? Is that okay?
Yes.
Awesome. So we have a document that you can use if you want to look more into clustering methods in OpenRefine. I will just put that in the chat so you can peruse that at a later stage. Yes, Peter.
After we did this clustering on the scientific name, but those species that split the genus and species, they still remain with those duplicated species per se. So that means those ones we might need to remove and then split them again.
Yes, definitely. You would definitely need to go back and redo that. So what we did now is we've clustered. What you would have to do now is undo again the splitting, then cluster, then redo the splitting.
Okay. Or
Thank
maybe
you.
we can delete those 2 columns and then split. If you don't have
Scientific name again.
I mean, we can delete the genus and species columns and then split again into genus and species, because redo, you can't redo only a specific event, as you said earlier.
Yes, definitely. You can delete these 2 and then redo the splitting. You can definitely do that. Right. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat during the break. We have a comment from James So James says you can alternatively do clustering on genus and species again. Correct. You can do that. So you can either delete genus and species, redo the splitting, or you can cluster genus and species to follow the same format that you did with your scientific name. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, James. So we're going to go on a break and we'll be back at 10 a.m. Well, 10 a.m. South African time. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Taj.
How are you?
Good.
Good
So
morning.
we are going, yes, we're going to go back in 5 minutes.
Okay. As I was experiencing a power shortage as well, that's why I decided to go offline first. So I don't know when they are going to when they are going to restore the electricity. But at least I will do the first one so that at least the student will get something to know, since it is about how to install the R Studio.
So do you want to start with that first and then, or do you want to continue with Open Refine, because we are now at filtering and sorting?
Hello. I said let me start with the R installation and R studio, because I don't know when the light will go down. Then we can pick up the other one, maybe when we have a better.
Okay,
so that
no problem.
Okay, thank you.
For those that are still listening, we are going to just have a quick change of schedule. Tajuddin is going to start with the next episode. So please don't close your Open Refine. We will come back to Open Refine after about 2 hours. So Tajuddin is going to take you through our installation and everything that we are going to need for tomorrow morning. And then after that, I will come back and continue with Open Refine. Thumbs up. Or you can write in the chat or in the Etherpad. Okay, I will just write that in the chat so when the others come back, they can see the message. Cool. Hi, everyone. So we are going to resume with Tajuddin doing the R installation, and then I will see you later. Bwalia, I will answer you in the chat. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
I hope everybody's back. Hello? Do we have everybody on ground now?
Hi, Tajuddin. Yeah, I'm here. This is James.
Okay,
Hi,
James,
Taj.
good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah. Were you able to download R yesterday? R and R Studio?
Tajuddin, yeah, I use R a lot, so I've updated.
Okay, no problem. Since you use it a lot, there's no problem here.
Yeah.
I just want to know those that have not used it before, so that we can start with them. Are we ready to go? Or I should just wait a bit? I don't know if other participants are around. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Is version 4.3.2 okay?
Okay, because no, it all depends on what current R we are using. Because the last R was in 2000. It came out in October last year, and that should be 4.3.2, as you said. So let us go through what R means. I want to share my screen with you so that we can start going through it bit by bit. I will tell you what we want to learn this session. So let me just look at the screen a bit. Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm coming. Okay, I want to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if you are not using you are not using Windows, you have ways of downloading from Mac and Linux. So I think a lot of us are using Windows. Hello? How many of us are using Windows? Can you hear me, please? How many of us are using Windows? Just say it so that I can continue. All of us. Let me assume that the majority of us are using Windows.
I'm using Mac. So
You are using
I'm
Mac?
I'm using, yes.
Okay. So if you
I'm
are
also
using, hello?
I'm also using Mac.
Okay. If you are using Mac, let me just share the screen with you with Mac. So you need to download R from the CRAN website.
Yes.
When you download,
And
select
is also
dot package, this dot package, then you go for the latest version of R. One thing about that, you must know, you must be able to install from squads. Okay, you need this.
Just start next week on the 20th.
When you do that, you go to the R Studio also to download. That makes it, then you can install using your Mac version. How many of us are using Linux? If you are using Linux, this is the way you go through it. The app gets, you type your app get on your Linux environment, install RBase. That's where you have to install it from. Then you can go down for the R Studio, because we need both R and R Studio to work with for now. Then you also use this command. Can you see my screen? You use this command to download. So let us quickly talk about what is R. R is the combination. It was derived from X and X Plus package in the early 90s. S and S Plus package. That was what was in vogue then. Then R decided to combine the functionality of both package together. They gave them the authority, and we have R. R is used for data exploration, visualization, and statistical analysis. Mostly, those people that are using statistics analysis then decided to make use of R, because it is an open source and people cannot avoid buy packages like your Minitab, the SPSS, and so on. So they decided to go for R, which is an open source. Though this R was not like this initially, if you run R, let me just run R so that you can see how R looks like. It was not a beautiful sight to see. It was the big difficult. For people to use video so that you can you see my screen, yeah? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is how R looks like. So it's not a beautiful sight initially. So they decided to... Hello?
Yeah. At the moment, we still just see the installation instructions.
Okay, I will. Let me first download so that you can see how the installation goes. Sorry, let me go off this and then see the R download. I'm coming, sorry. So if you go through the version, let me download R, though I will not install it so that, because I've installed it initially. Since I have it initially there. So you are wait for it to download. It is about 80 megabytes. So it takes time to download. Though I've downloaded it initially. Let me search for it if I can still find it on the My Download so that it will not take time. Not there, sorry. I'm still waiting for it to download. To complete the downloading. If I have it, I will just go through what I have. Sorry, it's taking time. I'm sorry about that. I should have done the download prior to now. Let me search for it. I've downloaded it initially. I just want to save time. Let me check the early download. So it's still downloading. So while we wait, I will just so after the download is done, you just go to where you downloaded it and you double click on it to install. Still downloading. After you have downloaded, you double click on the downloaded version. It's almost done, so let me see. I'm sorry, it's very slow because of the internet connection. I'm through with the download. Let me open it. So this is the download. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. So you double click on it, on the downloaded version. When you click on it, sorry, it's coming up. Okay, this is what you find when you click on it. Then you click on yes to install. It tells you that you want the English version. You can see other versions. You can see that of France. You can see that of Chinese, Portuguese, and so on. But the English version is what I want because I don't understand other languages. So you click on the versions, then you read through the. Hello?
We don't see your current steps now. We only see your web page of installing of Update RM and RStudio.
Okay. Let me change this. I will stop that and share the screen again. Okay. So can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you click on it after selecting English and you click next on it, this is what you have. This is the agreement, whatever. So you click on that setup. You get to you can still leave it the way it is. Then press next. So do you want to replace, because I've already downloaded it now. So let me say yes, yeah. So it tells you what you want, all the information of installation. Do you want the main file? Click on yes. Do you want to run on 64 bits? Click on yes, and the message automatically is placed on these areas. If you don't want all those things, you can uncheck it and proceed with your next. Then it tells you, do you want to customize the setup or you want to accept the default? So the default comes up, so you just say yes, accept the default. If you want it to be on your desktop, you click on it. If you want a quick shortcut to run it, you click and all that things there, the version number, the associate R with the hard data files. Click next, then you wait for it to prepare the installation. Then you want it to automatically close. If you don't want it to close, you can say do not close the application, but I want it to close. So you allow that to run. So after it finishes, then you close the download. Okay. So quickly do that so that let me check out the house studio so that we can also go through the installation for the house studio. So you do similar thing for the house studio, you download. Let me go back to the session and share my screen for the house studio. So let me stop sharing this and go to the house studio download. Okay, for the house studio, you also go and download the house studio package. This is the house studio. You download that. I think let me accept all cookies. It takes you to the installation. Go and download the house studio. This is then the house studio. House studio for desktop. You click on it. It's about 200 megabytes, 200 plus. You save that on your screen. Download it. You can see the version here. This version is December 2023, last year. So when you download the installation, you allow it to run 200 plus. So let me quickly download that and do the installation. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So you can see that the last release was released also in January because we are using the latest version. It was released January 29, 2014. You can see the message here. This is the message. And if you want to check if you are downloading a correct version, you can check for the keys there for you to know that this is the key so that you don't install malicious version of you can cross-check the key. So after the download, you also double click the house studio. So let me just take us through what we have when you download it. Sorry. Just want it to download so that I can do the installation. I just downloaded it. I don't know where I downloaded it from. Let me go through. So still downloading. I'm sorry about delaying this. I would have done this prior to now. So it's almost done. So let me just wait a bit. Because I didn't see the last version that I had downloaded. I would have used that immediately. The download is slow, I'm sorry. Just want to check the ones that the previous one I downloaded so that I can go through how to install it immediately rather than waiting. Almost done. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. It's a bit slow. I'm still checking for the versions I downloaded so that I can leave this one and just go through. Many stuff. So there's no previous download I've done there. So if you have downloaded, just let me just know so that we are just pass the message across so that click on the House Studio if you have downloaded it. Still remains some few minutes, about 3 minutes more to complete the download. The network is slow. And I'm running out of, my battery is also running down. Yeah, can you download it? Let me Almost done. I'm sorry about the delay. There remains some few seconds to complete the download. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Tajudeen.
Okay, it's almost done. 5 seconds more. 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Sorry for that. For the delay. Let me go through where it have it installed, downloaded. Sorry. Okay. So let me share the screen so that you can see now. I will share the screen. Okay. So I have the downloaded version now. So when you click on it, so it tells you that it is a, do you want to run this version or you don't want to run? You click on run. Can you see the screen?
We can see your folder. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, let me, because it has started running. We also share that screen. There's the screen now. Oh, it's not coming up. I'm looking at, okay. So this is what you have. It's not this one. This is what you have, okay. Okay. Hello. I've closed this initially. I just want to come back to it. I'm sorry, given an error because my previous R is still running, so it's not completed it. So let me cancel the installation here of R, then continue with R Studio. I was not able to show the screen because it goes to another place. Okay, we see what to do with that. It's not allowing me to show the screen anymore. I tried to show the screen, but it's not coming up. I don't know why it's not running anymore. Let me close this out. I'm having an issue with my download. Hello?
Yes, yeah, we can still see your folder.
Yes, I said I'm having issues with my download. I don't know what is happening because I try to run it to do the installation so that the student can see the installation.
Yeah.
Version, so that's,
Yeah, if you can't show the installation process, maybe we can just see if there's any students that are having issues installing it, and then they can share their screen and we can run through.
let them share their answers. The installation is very simple. I have it installed initially. So when you do the installation, it gives you some prompt messages that you want it to be, to be in your normal environment folder. You just need to accept some of those instructions. You want it to be for yourself alone, you accept those instructions as well. Because one of the how is running and it's not allowing me to do the installation except I complete the installation for her.
Okay. Maybe if all of us have got R, we can proceed. Maybe unless maybe there's someone.
Okay, let me just because it's just not allowing me. So let me just do continue with the study. We work the environment so that we know what R is, the R Studio is. So I will share the screen of my own R Studio, the one that I've already downloaded and installed. Should I go ahead with that? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you still.
Okay, so this is your house, the way it looks like. I said it's different from normal house. So I'll just tell you those are things you need to know. We have the console terminal area. with the background. So if you split this out, I want to close this a bit. Okay, it is divided into 4 areas. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we
Okay.
can see your art studio.
This first part is for you to write your code. Your simple code is the script area that you have to write code into it and install or run it. Then below it, is the console for terminal. This console, whenever you run the script, it shows below at this console. Then you can work with the terminal there. The terminal will take you to your normal hard disk terminal. You can change your terminal if you'd like. You can do your Excel, your Linux way of searching for files using the LX. You can use your DOS way of using searching for files using your directory, that is dir. So you can check those things you have. Then you have this area that talks about what is running. It tells you the environment, the history, the connection. I'm sorry, my battery is down. The tutorial area. Then the pack below it, you have the files, the package that is running. You can check your plots. You can view your presentations and so on. I just need to change to another laptop because this is down. My battery is down completely. Rafia, can you please continue from here? Let me quickly do the connection.
Yeah, Hello? Yeah. Should we just take maybe a 5-minute break and come back at 10:45? Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
10:45. Okay. It's not completely.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
It seems we have lost Tajuddin.
Yes, he just had some issues with his battery power, I think. He said he was switching laptops, but that was about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so, ooh. And Jacob is the host. Jacob, can you please pass host back to me? So you go to participants, click on that up arrow, or just click on participants actually. So it will show you all the participants on the right panel. Then you're gonna click on my name. You're gonna hover over my name. Then there's 3 dots to the right when you're hovering over my name. There we go. Thank you very much. So the reason why I could not continue was because I have load shedding. Apologies about that. Tajuddin also now has battery problems. I'm going to try to continue the Open Refine lesson with one screen. Not sure how that's going to work, but let's try. Okay. But just before I start, where were you guys with Tajuddin? Amy, please update me.
Yeah, so we just finished the installation of and he just started showing us how it looks. And I think everyone seemed to be sorted with the installation.
Okay, so let's take a break until like 11:05 while I set up my laptop with one screen and see how that live works. And then unfortunately we're gonna have to go back to Open Refine. I hope everybody is okay with that decision. Thumbs up, unmute yourselves to let me know if you don't like us going back. Okay, I see thumbs up. Thank you very much. So we will resume at 5:05 as I set this up. Okay, so let's get back to it. Right. So we had just done transforming of data in transforming of data with OpenRefine. So now we are going to move to filtering and sorting with OpenRefine. Before we move on, is there anything that anyone would want me to repeat before we move on to filtering and sorting with OpenRefine? Please write in the chat, and then Anne will let me know if there's something in the chat, because I don't want to leave anyone behind. So give a thumbs up if you're okay and we can move on, or write in the chat if you want me to repeat something. Okay, silence is golden. I will continue. So we are moving on to filtering and sorting with OpenRefine. So the objectives of this episode is how can we select only a subset of our data to work with, and how can we sort our data? So we are going to answer those questions. We are going to employ the text filter. We are going to use the include or exclude options to filter a subset of our data. We are going to sort our tables by column, and we are going to sort tables by multiple columns, not just one column, right? So with filtering, so the reason why we use filtering is when we want to just use a subset of data or apply an operation to only a subset of the data. For instance, if we want to just work with data from a certain locality, Winterthur, let's say in this case, Winterthur Gardens, Delaware, if we want to work with that only and not work with the rest of the locality, right? So that's when we would subset our data. Okay, so one way to filter our data using OpenRefine is to use the include or exclude buttons on the entries in a text facet. So if you have removed your text facet for scientific name, please reinstate it, right? So mine is still there. So if you hover over a certain scientific name, you will see that you get edit or include, right? So the include in this case would mean that in the data set that you are looking at, you will only be including that scientific name, because in this case, we're talking about scientific names. We are concentrating on the scientific name column. So if you click on include, you will see that only this scientific name shows in the data that we are now seeing. And you can see that this scientific name is actually only 204 matching rows of the 790 rows that we have in this data, right? So another thing, after you click on the include, the color changes to, I see orange. I don't know, maybe others see red, but it is no longer blue. It is red or orange.
Yeah,
right?
it's orange.
Orange, yes. So if you hover on it again, you can see that now the button has changed from include to exclude, which when you click, then everything goes back to the 790 rows, right? You can also just click on the scientific name instead of going to the include and exclude buttons, and click on it to remove that highlight, right? So then what we are going to do after this, okay, in case we have done anything else that we don't need, I'm just going to reset everything back. But you can click on these and see what else you can include and exclude. You see, you only have 12 of these, so you have 12 matching rows. Then you can add, and you can click on that, and then it includes 240. As you can see, the count there is 240. You click on it, goes back to 790. Otherwise, you can just click on reset all, and it will also take you back to your 790 rows. Right. So after you reset it, so what we are going to do now, so we did a filtering using the including and excluding button. So we include or exclude certain data. We can also do a filter called a text filter. Right. So with a text filter, so let's try a text filter on scientific names. There's something in the chat. Ah, James says orange for me too. Thank you. So let's do text filtering using scientific name. So if we go to scientific name, we click on that, we go to text filter. You can see that on your left panel, you have another box, I would say. Yes, so in this box, what you can do is you can filter the scientific names according to text. So in this case, let's try BAI. Let's try BAI. No caps, BAI. So if we put BAI, what do we get? We get 35 matching rows because we have 2 of that. I will not pronounce this. And then we have 33 of this scientific species name. So in this case, we have 35. However, what happens if you only want one of these? Can somebody give me an idea what I can do if we only want one of these and not both of them? So in this case, I have used the first 3 letters and it gives me 2 scientific names. So what can you do if you just want one? You can write in the chat. You can.
Yes, you add more character. You add more character.
You can add 1 character. The other person was saying?
Can click on it on the include and exclude.
Yes, but then the include and exclude is a different filtering. So this way we are using text filtering. So in this case, yes, okay, can add a 4th letter. So you have the first scientific name has a B-A-I-O and the second one has a B-A-I-L. So if I put O, then I just get, guys, is this the same? Yes. So if I put O, you get the one that has a count of 33. And then if I put L, I get the one that has a count of 2. Right. Again, what we can do is we can use the case sensitive button. So if we make it case sensitive, we can see that the scientific name, yes, one of the scientific names has BAI in small letters and the other one has it in caps. So if we put case sensitive and we leave it in small letters, then we get the one that has a 2 count. And then if we change that to caps, we get the one that has a 33 count, right? So those are ways that we can filter. Right.
What about the regular expression?
Regular expression, let's try that. I've never tried that. Regular expression changed nothing.
Oh, it's just a regular, it's normal. Yeah.
It's just a normal expression.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, so we have that text facet and we can reset it so that our Scientific name, facet is back to what it was in the beginning. Yes, thank you. So we have an exercise. Oh, we've actually just done that exercise. Right. So now, can someone tell me what was different when we did the faceting and the filtering? Did you see a difference in the faceting? Because we did a text facet first for scientific names, and then we did a filtering. Please write it in the chat, in the Etherpad, or unmute yourself. Do we have any answers? The difference between faceting and filtering. Oh, I don't have that here. I don't see anything in the chat. Okay, so what I noticed with the filtering and faceting is that faceting gives you an overview of all the data that is currently selected, right? So you have text facet, and then you get an overview of all the data that's selected. Whereas filtering allows you to subset your data in case you want to only inspect a small amount of your data, or you want to run computations analyses on just a small amount of that data, like a few rows of it, right? Or columns for that matter. So please reset. So everything goes back, and we have both the species names that we had excluded back into the scientific name. So the next thing that we're going to move on to is sorting. Does anybody have any questions regarding the filtering before we move to sorting? Okay, so sorting data is something that's very useful when you are trying to detect outliers in your data, right? Sometimes you have numbers that are very high, you have numbers that are very low that you would consider as outliers. You know the type of data you're working with. Or you can have errors. So when you are sorting, you are able to see the errors, and you can also see the blanks. So in a case where we have 790 rows, instead of going through the row one by one, you can actually sort the data and see which of your rows probably have errors, blanks, or have outliers. Right. So the first exercise that we are going to do is we are going to sort our data by month. So we have month here. So how are we going to sort our data by month? We are going to go to month and sort. Right. So can I please get assistance with this? I don't quite remember what format month is in. Should we sort it by text, numbers, dates, or booleans?
Numbers.
Numbers, okay. And then let's do smallest first. Right. Right. But I just wanted to ask, do we know for sure if month is numeric or text?
No, sorry, it's text at the moment because it's not highlighted green.
Right. So, sorry, sort. So we can reverse. Did somebody see something weird with the sort that we did and the fact that, I mean, we had numbers, but did we see anything there? It still worked, right? It still worked as text. Sorry, let me just make it 100 and see. Right. So if you facet it, I mean, if you sort it, so we just sorted it by text now. So it puts 1 and then it puts 10. So obviously that's not the correct sorting. So let's go back to sort. Let's reverse. Let's sort by numbers. The weird thing is it's still sorting. Let's see if it actually sorts by numbers properly. It does, even though it is still in text. But okay, so that's what I was trying to show you, to sort it by numbers or by text, so you can do both. And then once you've sorted it once, you can see that now, so before we did this, the first sort, you realize that we just got the option to sort, but once you've done one sort, you now have the options to reverse or remove your sort. Right? So we can remove the sort. And then when we come back here, we don't get those options. Yes, yes.
Jacob is asking that by text 10 comes before 2. Is that okay?
Yes. So in text, so if you are going to sort it by text, it obviously does not recognize, or it doesn't have the same, what's that thing? The English word is gone. Guys, help me. Does not, so if it's in words, 1, 2 does not come after 1. If it's in text, that means Open Refine sees that after 1, then will come 10, for whatever reason that it sees it as that. The word that I want to use is not coming out right now. I will remember it as we go. Yes. Yes, so that's the case. It doesn't see it as in the logical numeric order. Yes, that. So as you saw, I undid that sort. So you can do it again. We can, so we're going to take smallest to largest. There we go there. So we have 1, and the next one is 2, and the last one will be 12. Right. So the next thing that we're going to do, we've just done a sort by month. So I need you guys to do a sort by plot, right? And then after doing a sort by plot, let me know what years were observations recorded for plot 1 in this filtered data set. I'm going to give you until 11:27 to do that. You can write your answer in the chat. You can write your answer in the Etherpad. So you're going to sort the data by plot, and then you're going to answer the question that says, what years were observations recorded for plot 1 in this filtered data set? Question 10. I mean, exercise 10. Sorry. Okay, I see answers in the pad. Okay, okay. So let's go back and do that. Right. So with a sign of thumbs up or write it in the chat, how many of you changed your plot to numbers or kept it in numbers from yesterday? Sign of hands in the chat, please. Because I just want to show you something.
No, I did mine now. I sorted the plot now.
Pardon?
I did mine. I sorted the plot after I did the month. I didn't do it.
So you changed it to numbers now.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what? And then after you changed it to numbers and did the sort, what answer did you get?
I got 1978 and 1985.
Okay, is there someone who did the sorting without changing the plot column to numbers? Please unmute yourself and let us know.
Yes, I did that.
And what answer did you get?
So I'm sorry, I feel I may not have completely followed the instructions. But
so what did you do? So your plot column.
So the instructions, sorry, the instructions said we're talking about a filtered data set. What were we supposed to have filtered the data by?
Sort the data by plot.
Okay, so I've sorted it by plot. I'm looking at the whole data set, but sorted by plot.
Yes.
And it's asked, and you want to know what months are represented in plot 1. So
what
all I'm
year?
doing, sorry, what year? Okay, so I'm just looking across at the columns. So
yes.
And I'm seeing 1985, 83, 84, 88, 1977, 78.
Do those all align with plot 1?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let's see. So first thing I'm going to do, because I didn't change my plot to numeric. So common transforms. Then we change it to number. Right. And then we are going to sort by number, smallest to largest. So there. We have 1985 to 1978. Right? Does anybody else? You see. So now, this is something I don't. Can somebody please help me and let me know why we still have 1 at the bottom, even though we sorted numeric? Write it in the chat, put it in the Etherpad, or unmute yourself. So as you can see, we get to 24, and then it starts again with 1. Yes, Letsatsi?
I think first of all, what we should do is to find like what we did with that. Is it? Let me check. Let me check this one. To the scientific name, you remember the scientific name. So what we should do, I think, is to make sure that we check the space. We format that column so that we can work on it. Yes.
This one?
So yes, that one. Before we worked on it, we identified that there was a space. Then we have before we work we make any operation, we have to make some correction. Then also on month, I think the number 1 maybe it is not in the text, or it's other one is in bulletin. So I think we should do maybe or is it maybe it
Pardon?
To format that column into
so you,
to one. Yes.
So you want us to format this column for month?
Yes.
Okay. So what are we doing with this column? We are changing it to
what do you call to one attribute, because it might have a different, what do you call it?
Data type.
Yeah, data type, to one data type. Yes.
Okay, so we have to change that to a different, so we are changing it to numbers. Is that what you say?
To single data type. It doesn't matter which one to change, but we need to change the data type so that we can work on the data.
Okay, so you're saying that I can undo plot to numeric. So I can change plot back to text and then try the sorting again, because now we have plot and month in the same format. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, let's try that. Let's remove sort. Right, so let's, yes.
We also have a suggestion from Jacob, and he said to trim the white space.
Yes.
Or trim with space.
Okay, we will try that. So let us first sort. So we'll keep it as text because plot is not numbers, right? We are aware of that. Right. So what do we get? Do you see that that doesn't work really? Right. So
let's take the Jacob option.
Okay, so let's go to Jacob's option. So Jacob, you say we must trim white spaces in plot.
Yeah, in plot, let us start by trimming space. Then after we change it to numeric and then we sort.
Okay, so trim white space.
It was in edit column.
Yes, edit column. I'm waiting for
this common transforms.
There we go. Trim leading and white space. Okay.
And then after let us transform to numeric.
So this is also edit column.
Pardon?
No, I'm asking for you to guide me step by step to get to do what you say we must do. So the next step is edit column.
Yeah, we edit column. Not editing the column, but we change the to numeric. We
then we
change
do
numeric to
yes,
transform.
common.
Yes. Transform to numeric.
So we change
to number.
it to number. There we go.
Yeah. And then after sort.
Then we sort. Let's go.
Still.
Right. So we are still getting 1985. So let's try changing month also.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's a problem.
Aha, okay. Let's try
yeah, that's a problem. Reverse the sort. Reverse the sort. Just reverse the sort under the month.
Remove the sort. Remove the sort on the other side
under
also?
the month. Just under the month.
Oh, just under the month. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
under the month. Just reverse the sort under the month. I think it will be okay.
Then we transform.
Reverse the sort under the month. Reverse the sort, not that.
Pardon? I did remove the sort under months.
Okay, so it works. No. So everything's fine. I think so.
So now all the ones are there. Does everybody get that and how we did it? Should we go back and redo it? Thumbs up in the chat, unmute yourself. Is there anything in the chat, Anne?
No. Could you quickly go through those steps, please, Rafiwa?
Okay, I will do that. So let's go back. So let's go to plot of sort. Let's go. Let's take it back to this one. Okay. Okay, there we go. So that was the latest one we did. So that means months are not sorted anymore. Plot is not sorted. So we're starting from scratch. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do when we are sorting the plot, what we did was change plot to numeric. And then there is no sort on months, as you can see. Okay, so Jacob said we shouldn't change month to numeric. So then we sort by numbers. There we go. So now you have all your plots in ones, and then you can see with the years where the observations recorded plot 1 is 1985 until 1995. Right. So we did this on all the data. So we did not, so what we did first is remove the sort from months and only sort with plot. So if you do, this is me reading what Jacob wrote to us. We had a double sorting. So the second sort was dependent on the previous sort. And that's why we're not getting the answer that we needed. Right. So everybody is okay with that. So if you're going to sort with plot, basically what we just did now, we showed that if you do two sorts, the first sort affects the second sort. So if you just want to sort by one of the columns, you have to undo the first sort. In this case was the sorting by month, which was in text. Okay. Right. So now, the other thing that we can do in OpenRefine is that we can sort by multiple columns and not just one. Right. So before I show you how to do it, I just want you to try it on your own, where we can. So I want you to try it on your own. Try sorting your columns. Try sorting using 2 columns and tell me, how does that work for you? Are you going to do sort 1, sort 2, or do you think there's another way where we can sort 2 columns at once? I'll give you 3 minutes for that. So 11:45. There is no wrong or right answer. So just put it in the Etherpad or in the chat, and then we'll discuss it. Okay, are you guys still trying it out, or should I move on? Okay, so the answer is, unfortunately, we can't do one sort for more than one column at a time. We have to do what we did with sorting month, then sorting plot. And if that doesn't work for you, you go back and unsort or reverse the sorting for month, and then sort by plot, and then sort by something else. So what we're going to do now, can we sort year, month, and day? Sort year, month, and day using the same order. So it's up to you if you want to do it according to A to Z, Z to A, or sort by this column alone. Totally up to you. I don't advise this one, but just play around with the data, and when you're done, just give me a thumbs up, and then I can do it on my side, and then we can see what we all get, if there's a difference. So I'll give you about 3 minutes to do that. At 11:50, we will be taking a 10-minute break. I've done my sort already. So please give me a thumbs up or unmute yourself if you have done your sorting already. Yes, still.
Thanks, Rafiwa. Maybe a quick question after seeing you do that last one, and you mentioned something earlier about how the first sort impacts the second sort. So I think in Excel we see an issue with that normally, where there seems to be an element of confusion as to how the cascading of the sorts actually happens when you have like a filter on each of the column headers. So maybe I want to understand if the one here in OpenRefine is a lot more pragmatic. So if you have a sort initially, and we had the month of January as one in one of the first columns, does that mean that the next sort sorts in parcels? So like whatever number of rows has a 1 for January, it sorts in and among that parcel? Or could you maybe, if I'm getting it wrong, could you elaborate on how the one influences the other, please? Thank you. The first sort to the second sort. Thanks.
So here I did sorting from largest to the smallest number. The second sort is now dependent on the first sort. So it won't go and overwrite the first sort. As you can see, we have the highest, the largest number of months is 12, and the largest number of day as 29, but I am certain there is a 30 somewhere, or a 31. So that is dependent. So the next sort is dependent on the one before it. So the day, because I did it after month, is dependent on the month. The year is dependent on the day and the month. And we can see if we change the second sort. We change the second sort. Let's say remove sort for day. The year also changes, right? So
no, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I can see that what it's actually doing is it's like parceling it according to the first sort. Now,
according to the first sort.
Yeah, perfect. And maybe that's just a final sort of rudimentary question, is that if you sorted by year first, so it's a chronological order, it's not which one is on the left in terms of the arrangement. Okay.
So let's remove sort for months. So you want us to, let's remove sort first. Let's sort it. Yeah. So because I did year first, that will affect day, that will affect month.
Thanks. So then what will happen next is if you then sort the month or the day, because you've done year first. So if you so the understanding is that those top 6 rows will still remain as 1977 because it was the first sort. Okay.
Yes, it will. So let's just try to do that. Smallest. Right. So this remains 1977. This was sorted by smallest to largest, but dependent on 1977. That's why we're starting with 10. So yes, what you're saying is correct. This remains, but what changes, and because this is affected by the first sort, which was year, then we have 10 as the first, as the smallest number in terms of 1977.
Perfect. Now that is a really useful feature.
Yeah. So the key points from this session that we just had is that OpenRefine provides various ways to sort and filter data without affecting the raw data. And this is something that we also discussed yesterday. It does not affect your raw data, so you can still go back to your raw data. If you want to save what you've done here, or if you want to work on tomorrow, if you want to work on this data set that we've worked on, then you have to save this, right? We will do the saving in the next chapter. So we're going to take a break until supposed to be 10 minutes. So 2 minutes past 12. Right, so I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Hey guys, we're gonna have a remix again. So the next episode for Open Refine is reconciliation of values. However, Tajuddin is back to help us with the R installation. So apologies for this. Can we please keep our Open Refine open? Go back to what you're doing with Tajuddin, and then I will catch up with you guys after that. Thumbs up if we are good. Yes, so instead of starting the next chapter, which is reconciliation of values, because we finished the sorting, we can just continue with what Taj was doing, and then I'll start a new chapter when he's done. So we shall resume at 12:02.
Hello, you can start now.
Yes. Is everybody back? Can we have a thumbs up?
We've got 2 thumbs.
Okay, because of the hello.
We got thumbs up. Thank you, Anne,
Hello?
for that. Hi, Tash, you can go ahead.
All right. I'm very sorry. You know, this electricity situation, we cannot predict it. So let me quickly go through what we are doing. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. So previously we said about this screen that the our studio is divided into 4 parts. We have the script session where you write your script. Then we have the environmental section here. This display whatever you are doing, the history, the connection, the tutorial. If you want to just brief up yourself with some tutorial session, you can check out here. Then we have the console, the terminal, and the background section. What the console do here is for you to know what is running. The output of what you have running on this script here can be displayed below. Well, you can also check the terminal, check the drive you are working with, or to check other parts. Like I said, if you want to, let me turn it up properly. So you can use the Linux environment, the Linux key, the list. You want to list out whatever you have in the document, or you can use the docs command. Yeah, you can see the docs command using the dir. It will tell you whatever you have on your hard disk or the folder you are working on. Like this is what I have on my phone using the dir, that is your directory. You can share those ones. So, and this part, this other area that you have my console here is the file plot file that you can change. You can see the hard disk you are working on or the folder you are working on. You can change into any folder. You can create a new folder here. You can rename your file. You can do the output of your plot. You are working on a plot, you want to view it, shows up at this end. If you want to look at packages that you have installed, you can check the package. You can also install package here. If you click on this, it tells you the package you can install into the repository directory from the server, the house server. You want to download. You can download. Let's say I want to find the the GG plot. I'm not downloading it. You can just type it in and you see it there. So this is what we have. Then as you can view whatever you are doing, you can do some presentation. Like for those who are trying to change the R script to a presentation, you can easily do it using this format here. So let us see some other things you can easily start to do in your house. I want to share another screen with you. We are working with just one screen here. So let me quickly share the next thing so that you can see. Okay. So the first task we want to do here is for us to create a new directory and go into a project, have a new project. How do you do that? You go back to your R script, is R studio. So let me share the screen. Go to File. Can you see my screen? Click on File.
Yes.
You have new project. That is what you are told to do. Let it come. Then you have the new directory here. You can name the new directory. Give the directory a new name. If you so wish. You can give the name of the project. So the project name that we want to use is Data Carpentry folder. So let us create it. Write Data Carpentry folder. Then you click on Create. If you want it to be created into GitHub, you can click on Create a Git repository. If you want that, if you want a new environment to be displayed as a project, you can also click on it. Since we are not trying to do that, you press the Create key. You create a new folder. I have a folder already. I can skip this. So if you have done that, let me know.
Hello? Hello.
Yes.
Use underscore over there, data underscore carpentry. The minus may not work.
No. It's not minus. Just press the pin in there. The minus underscore. No.
Yes,
it is hyphen. It is an hyphen, not underscore.
So even a hyphen may not work. Is underscore must better to use underscore.
If you use underscore, you can do that. You can press underscore there, no problem, depending on what you want to do. Okay. Have you done? Have you created your folder? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if you have done that, the next thing for us to do is to try to see how to use our environment. Go back a bit to the
screen is not moving.
Hello?
Your screen is not moving.
Yes, I am not using the screen for. I'm just talking. I've not done the screen. So have you created the project and the folder? If you have created the folder, just go to File here. Let me share the screen again. Go back to your house studio. Your house studio. go to the file here for you to be sure that you have created the screen. I mean the folder. Click on File. Have you done that? Hello? So if you click on File, you can try to scan through to see that you have the data carpentry folder. You have it here. This is my own data carpentry folder. If you have yours, let me know. Thumb up so that I can see that you have it. So this is how the data carpentry folder looks like. Okay. So one thing also that you want to do. Let me the code handout. You have to download it. I will the folder that I will put. Let me copy it and paste it. Definitely, can you help copy the code handout for her, the data carpentry scripts, so that they can place it in their folder, in their own new folder.
Sorry, Tajuddin, please repeat that.
I said, can you help to download the code folder? I mean, the code and handout.
Oh, okay. So the resources that they need for our tomorrow.
Yes, just for them to follow. I said we should download it. Then you place it in the. I have to copy it so that I can tell them what to do with it.
Yes, I'm getting it quickly. Please hold on for me. Resources. Wait, Tajuddin, just to be sure. So, oh, it's on the website. Okay.
Okay.
So copy that. So I've pasted the link there to the website, and in the website, you should see where we are going to get our data. So the data for data analysis and visualization, if you click there, okay, let me just get that link. There you go. So the next link is the link for the data, Figshare. There we go.
This data, okay. All right. So you need to download that. So let me say, all this data set, you need to download it and place it in the folder. Then, so go back to the R Studio folder, I mean the data carpentry folder. Create a new folder. Let me share the screen so that you can see what we are saying. Let me stop sharing the screen. Okay, let me share the screen. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Maybe I can do this. Let me copy this file. I can copy it and send it to. Let me copy this file and place it so that this, because they need it here. Let me copy it out and place it. Sorry, I'm coming. Can I share the? Let me share a file. I will share a file so that you can see it.
Okay.
Because I tried to download it, but it's not coming up. So let me try to see.
Okay. Can we also get a thumbs up in the chat if you have managed to download all your data and put them in the folder?
You see the house script? Hello? I've shared that one.
Yes, Taj?
Okay. So you can download this one.
Okay, did you share it in the chat?
Download it. Yes, I've placed it in the chat. So they should download it and place it in the the folder, data carpentry folder.
Okay. Anne, you were saying?
On my side, I didn't see the link that Taj just placed in the chat.
I'll place it on the chat. Oh, okay. Maybe because I placed it with on that of. Let me share it.
Okay. Yeah, I also am not getting it on my side.
I've shared it. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, download it and place it in the folder, data carpentry folder that we created.
Okay. Taj, I think you sent it to me only.
Okay, I sent it only to you. Can you share it with the others? Can you place it in the main thing? Sorry.
Let me do that. We are looking for the data carpentry script, right?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, it doesn't. My bad. I am. Copy. Let's see if I paste. to everyone in the meeting. Hi guys, please let me know if you can see the data carpentry script file. And do you see it?
Yes.
Awesome. Have you seen it? Okay. So the next thing that we need to do, I hope I'm sharing my screen. Let me see. Okay.
Not yet.
I'm still sharing. All right. I've shared the screen again. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. So what you need to do is the setting up. You must set up your studio. Go to tools, the tool. You can see the tool. Click on tools. Have you clicked on tools on the bar there, toolbar up on your studio? I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
So when you click on tools, you go to global option. Click on your global option. So it tells you the options you have. In this option, what we need to do is for us to do the settings of our house, how you want your house to work. So it tells you that you are working on HAB, which is version 4.32. In my own case, that is the latest version. And the working directory, this is the default working directory. Don't change the option. Okay, don't change the option. Then you go to the workspace here, and you click never. What that means is that restore.r data to workspace at startup. When you start your system, what that means is that it will restore the data that you have into that space. Then you must click, either you have options always, never, or hacks. But we want to click on never. And you leave other options open. Don't click on any other thing. Then you click apply. All right. You can see other in space here. Other options you have. I hope you can see my screen. Or it's not sharing.
It is sharing.
I can see your screen.
Is it sharing?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you see other options that you have. You can see the code, environment, the console, the way you want the appearance to be, the pen layout, if you want to increase the font size, whatever. And if you want to have a markdown, that is, you want to create a presentation file, you use the markdown, like you always have the markdown in your Python, but I'm not talking about Python. You have every other things also. If you want to publish whatever you have, you can also do your terminal. You can also work with a Copilot in your Git. So just click on apply. If you have done that, let me know. So exit that environment. Then the second option that we want to look at is for us to create 2 additional folders. Okay, let me quickly preview on the 2 additional folders we want to create. Go back to your file from your RStudio. Go back to it, click on File, then New Folder. Click on New Folder. Then give the name of the folder, data_raw. data_raw, then click OK. I've already created mine, so I don't want to overwrite it. If you have done that, let me see. It will appear under your data carpentry folder. It will be inside it, inside your data carpentry folder. So after you have done that, click on it. You can also create another file there for data. You create the data folder, click on that. So this is, I've done the two other assignment there. So we have been able to create the data_raw folder and the data folder. So if you have done that, let me see, thumb up so that we can proceed further. So there is something that we want to do quickly also. So there are some other folders that you need to also create. Under your data carpentry folder, you need to create folder for figure. So let us create a folder also for figure. Go back to your files under the studio data, our studio. Click on new folder. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Create a figure for figure. That's the folder. The data folder also you can create it. That is where you are going to put the data set you want to work with. So please can you assist them to put okay the data link that has been placed in the chat. Let us try to download it and put it in the data folder here. Download it and place it in your data folder. Let me do my own.
Please give us a thumbs up once you've downloaded and put the data in your folder.
If you have done that, let us know, because we will now want to interact, do some interaction with your R and R Studio. We want to see how those things work now. We have done the tasks above, then we can quickly, because of time, we want to quickly go into other things we want to do.
We have a few thumbs up. Everybody else, are you still busy? If you're still busy, please put it in the chat. Pamela wants to know which data we're putting in the folder. We are putting, Tajuddin, are we putting all the data? The plots, CSV, species, CSV.
Data set.
Tajuddin?
Yes. I will share the screen now.
Okay.
We are going to put and download everything because you are still going to work with it. Let me just copy it back so that they can use it. It has been placed initially. Let me to everybody. Let me do the chat to everybody. It's only directed to you. Let me change it to everybody.
Yes, please.
Everyone. Okay. This is what you are going to download. Hello?
It's not in the chat yet.
Click, I've placed it on the chat. Oh.
There we go. Yes.
Click on that folder. It will take you to this, I will share that screen as well, so that you see what you are going to download. All the data set that you are going to use is in this, it's in that link. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Can everyone see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So if you're going to download your data set, click on all. Click on all. Just move down a bit. You see, download all the data set. It is about 40 megabytes, so it's not much. Click on it. And it's download, upload it there. You can go and place it in your folder there, the data folder. Place it in your data folder there, and you unzip everything. You unzip the file. Because it's a zip file, you unzip everything there. So have you done that? So let me stop sharing this screen and say another thing that I want to do. So we want to see the interaction with our hub. Okay. Hello.
Yes, Taj, we're here.
So let us go back to our house studio. If you have downloaded, let us go back to our house studio and see the other things that we want to do. We want to play around now. You go to console. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Can you see my?
Yes, we can.
Below the adding there. So what you need to do is having your working directory. You want to see the what is working there? Sorry, I'm making a mistake. The working directory. Sorry, get working directory. I type in wrong. So working directory, my own working directory is the document. So you can change the working directory for now. You change it to the folder, the carpentry, data carpentry folder. How do you do that? You set working directory. You try to find out where you have your data carpentry folder. For me, I want to search. Sorry, my home is on OneDrive, so then let me just. So I've changed my home to, yeah, I have this. So this is now my working directory now. I've set the working directory. So every one of us should set our working directory to the data carpentry directory. So if you go back and check your working directory now, it will tell you that it has now been placed into your data carpentry directory. Have you done that? Hello?
Can we have a thumbs up in the chat if you have done that, please?
So I just want to tell you how to do your interaction with your house.
And when you were doing it there, you were able to highlight each path on your code there. How did you do that? Because I'm trying to do it.
Okay. When you are typing, if you are typing on your code, the short way is, if you know the first few words, just press the tab key. It will bring up other things. Because I have a lot of folder with data. So when I press the tab key, it will bring up all the folder with that name, the first few names. So I can now select rather than trying to type everything. I may not remember the way I've installed the folder, but that's what we. So let me put, I want to read something on the chat, please. Let us know. Okay, to everyone. If you have done that, let me know. Because I want to bring you into interactions with your HAR now. What keys are you going to be using, and what keys will work for you fast? Should I share my screen? Hello?
No, it's not shared yet.
I said I'm asking questions. Maybe I can share my screen.
Yes, share.
Okay. So let us see how to do a little bit of interaction with your HAR. So run your command, single line. Because R, if you have, let's say 5 or 10 to 100 scripts, and you want to run it in line by line, R allows you to do. And if you want to run everything at a go, R also allows you to do that. But it's better that you run it line by line, so that when there is an error, you will know easily that this error is coming from this end. So how do you run your script? Line by line, I want to open a new script. If you want to open a new script in your HAR, you go to File. Let me share my screen. At top right, at top left end, you see File, not the other one that you have here. At the top right here, because we are now working on the HAR Studio itself. Click on File, and you press New File. Click on R script, but there is a shortcut to that. You can press your control key, shift and N on your keyboard. Control, shift, N. It will give you a new script. A new screen will appear. Can you see what I have there?
Taj, sorry to interrupt you. We have a request to please go over how to import our data to the folder in R.
Oh, how do you put your data into folder?
Yes.
So, it all depends on where you are downloading from. Okay, when you download, like my own R, the default here is on documents. If your own R is also default on documents, you can try to look for where you have your data carpentry folder. How do you do that? You must search for it. Go back to the House Studio, click on Home. At the right bottom side there, click on your the files, not file. File is at the top end, but files, this is files. What the other files that you have installed in your computer system. That's what you want to check out for. Then try to look for your the data carpentry folder. Data carpentry folder that you created. If you look at it, you must be able to know where you have it. If you don't know, that is when you check the get working directory. Okay. First, confirm your working directory. The person that sent the message, first confirm your working directory. Let me know your working directory. Using your get working directory, open bracket and close bracket. I will change my own directory first now. I will change getting the working directory. Let me first change to how we got it. Okay, this is my working directory. I want to change it back to where it is initially. This is where you have it. Are you seeing my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. So try to confirm your working directory by using the get working directory. If the person have done that, let me know. Get your working directory out first.
Is everybody following? Especially the person who asked to recap this section. Please put a thumbs up and let us know that you are following.
Now, before we proceed, I want to give us a security clue here, so that a lot of us that is doing a training session or want to do things must be very careful trying to share your work directories like this. Okay, that's why you find that a lot of people want to not disclose the user there. This user is prompt to attack. If anybody knows it, so for cyber security, you must be very careful. Let's say you want to send people out and you have the work directory, you must log out this session, this other after your user, because people can easily get it out. Okay, they can search for it and attack you. So you can block out that thing. Okay, you can easily block it. Let's say you are sharing your screen out. But I don't believe some of us will want to do that to me. Okay, Can we proceed?
Yes,
So
we
the
can
individual
proceed. The person has caught up. Yes.
Okay. All right. So what you need to do, go back to where you downloaded. Let's say you are trying to download that first. If you download, you now place your download because it will tell you how do you do that. Press your Control K. Go back to your web page. Like I'm using the Edge here. Go to your Edge, the Microsoft Edge, or if you are using Chrome, whatever, I don't know what you are using, the browser you are using. If you click on that, press your Control K. Control K will give you the folder that you have downloaded, the files you have downloaded. You see where you have the file. It will tell you where the file is downloaded into. Okay. Every one of us should do that. Let me share my screen so that you will see what I'm trying to put across. I will close this file first. Let me share the screen. Go to your browser. The browser you are using, if it is Edge, click on Edge. If it is Chrome, click on it. Then on your keyboard, press the Control key and J together. Control and J. I do that. Control J. It will give you the folder. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. It will tell you the downloads, where you place your file, where you place your the data the file that you downloaded. If you know where you have downloaded it, you see it there. Then you see show the folder now. You can show where you downloaded it. On my own screen, I downloaded it directly into the data file. So initially, when you are trying to download, you must specify the folder you want it to be installed in, to be downloaded on. So I've done my own. I can now extract the file. If I want to use it, I can extract it out. So when you press the extraction key, you can rename the folder. Then you extract everything into it. So I've done my own. I've been able to extract it out. So all the folder and all the files have been extracted. All the files we are going to use for this training has been extracted. So there is no need for you to go back and start downloading again. If you have done that, let me know, because the person that sent that message, so that we can go to the next thing. Want to see the interaction now. So can I start with the interaction?
Is everybody caught up? Can we move on? Thumbs up in the chat, please.
You must understand this aspect. You'll be using henceforth. So let us quickly go back to the interaction. How do you interact with your house? Okay. So let us start this session now. Okay. So if you open your RStudio and you type in your script, let's say you're typing on the script, get on the script session, get working directory. On the script session, I will do that. Hello. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, go to the script session there. There you type your script. You can now type your working directory, get working directory. Okay. I've not run it now. I've not run it. So, but I've just typed it in there. Can you see it? We will have a break soon. Sorry. We'll have a break soon. Let me just go through this these two sessions there. If you have done that, let me see. So we have a break now, very soon now. Okay. So press the Control and Enter key. You can see the console is on it. It's beside the line I want to run. Press the Control and Enter key together. It will run below. You will see the console has run below. Just watch under it. So if you want to get the set that working directory, you can set your working directory also here. So let me set my home. I'm just telling us how to do it on script. On the script. You can copy what you have. OneDrive. Sorry. So this is my working directory. You press your Control key and Enter also to run it. It will set the working directory. There's error. Let me check the error there. Said it's not the file is not there. Let me copy it there. You can copy the session there. Copy it and place it back. I don't know why it's not working. So press the Control and Enter key. You can see that it's running below. So when you go back here to check it, you see the working directory. So this is how it works. If you place your console here and you press the Control key and the Enter key, it will run this line again. If you go back up, it runs this line without affecting what you have there. So you can toggle between up and down, the upper line, the lower line, upper line, we can toggle. So we have a break, then we come back the next 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Let us have a break, 5 minutes break. Hello?
Yes, Taj. So we're going on a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, 5-minute break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay. You can join now. You can join. Okay, let me quickly come back. Okay. Hello.
We can see your screen?
Yes, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can, Taj.
All right. So I quickly want to go through what you need for tomorrow. Some of the ways to do your, download. If you go back on to the lower part of the right-hand side, the file plot section there, you see packages there. Okay, packages, then click on install. If you bring the prompt, you can now type in whatever you want, the name of the package you want to install. You can type the name of the package, like this GG plug 2. Some of the packages you will need. You can also type in the package for the R cleaning of data, which is this dplyr. You can install it. You just press the install key. So I will give you what you need to install for tomorrow. But there is a short way also to do that. You can just press install. Then you see install packages. You can see that I'm typing install on the script here. When you press the install, it will give you install packages. Then you can put the name of the packages there. If there are 10 packages, but for this other packages, just one after the other that you will be installing. But for writing the installed packages, you can put multiple packages there, multiple packages you want to install. So what packages are you going to install? You can install, let us try one of the packages there. Browse I will copy it so that you see the package. Browse. Sorry, let me. Magnetics. Browse magnetics. Property. Type it in and you run this, it will install it. Just press the run key or you press your control and enter key. It will install. You can see that it's running. The installation is running. So you can check if the installation has been done. Set a version of this package for your version of might be available elsewhere. So you can check the value. So let me try to look at it here. Browse. It's not available in the repository here. Okay. If it is not available there are other ways to cross-check. You can try to see how to do that. You go to packages. Let me to the menu up.
The screen.
Menu. I want to share my screen. You go to your menu, the menu bar. Let me minimize this. I want to minimize so that I can. Can you see the menu bar there?
Yes, we can.
Screen. Huh? The menu bar. You see packages there.
You've stopped sharing your screen?
I want to share. So something is not allowing me to open. So let me bring the list down. Okay. So you go to your tools, install packages, tools. You see install packages, click on it. You can go to other place to check for your file. So it's not coming. Click on it. You can search. You can search other repository. Because there are some in America, there are some in other areas. If it is not working here, you can go to HAR, to normal HAR. Okay? Go to normal HAR, click on your tools, and you can install from there. I will share the HAR to you so that you can see it. After that, we can call it a day. So let me give you the. I will share that of HAR with you so that if you are not having, not able to install from our studio, you can install from HAR. Let me share that screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. You go to packages. All right. So you can see, you look at the set CRAN mirror. Okay. You check it. You can choose anywhere, you can see you have every other end. You can do anyone, because some of these packages are not available in most of these other server. So you can go to either the US, the server in the US, or that's in the UK to download. Okay. Click on US now. So I've set the server there. Can go to the package, download the package. check for the package that you want to download. So if it is not in our studio, you can check in your HAL. These are the packages you have. So what I want to find is the browse. Let me find it. Go to B, browse BR. Can I find it there? So it's not there. So these are some ways of downloading. Other ways I will also tell you, because there are some that are placed in the GitHub. The individual did not share them. There are ways to download those ones as well. So is that right? Hello? Can you get me clearly? If you don't find it here, you can find it other ways of downloading. So this will, with this, we will call it a day today. We meet tomorrow. So can you share those folders? I mean, those files that you are going to download with them. I think I saw it somewhere. If I can see it, I can tell you so that you get yourself prepared to download those ones already. Some of the libraries, I mean, files you are going to have for the session tomorrow. Sorry, I didn't see it here.
Yes, Taj, are we?
Okay. I said I didn't see it. Sorry, we can call it a day. So tomorrow we will give you the packages you are going to install, you are going to download. But I just want you to download it